hard until I get just what I want, yeah. Rises like the sun, yeah, fatal like a gun. Shooters gonna shoot and I'm gonna shoot until I fall, yeah. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine, yeah. Everything I do, I'm just being genuine, yeah. I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline, yeah. I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me. I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win, yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I am the Dreadist, and welcome to my humble abode, the shop of all horror and dread. Please take a seat and enjoy the show, because today we are returning to the quiet town of Silent Hill 2 Remake. Now, last time around, after solving two quite wondrous puzzles, we were able to leave the woodside apartment, and we ended up in another apartment building, which seems even more dangerous than the previous one. But what I want to talk about now is not what happened, but how it happened. You see, after we solved the coin puzzle, we received a key to a room that was locked up until that point. And in that room, we met the legendary horror creature, Pyramid Head. Now, he quickly made sure that we are aware of the fact that he could kill us in an instant. And actually, James did help him accomplish that in a way when he decided to shoot the metal pyramid on his head, which ended up with the bullets simply ricocheting off of him. Now, once Pyramid Head proved his point, he simply turned around, grabbed one of the nearby dead creatures, the demise of which he actually caused, and walked away. Now you might say that we got lucky, right? Perhaps, even though I still think that there is much more to what happened than simple luck. But let's not get into theories just yet. Now, after this rather stressful cutscene. Of course, me being a rather curious monster, decided to check the door through which Pyramid Head left, which triggered a cutscene. And in that cutscene, James decided that he would want to follow Pyramid Head. Now, I do remember the cutscene in the graveyard earlier in the game. And in that cutscene, James had a conversation with a girl who warned him about Silent Hill being dangerous, to which James replied, saying that he doesn't really care if it is dangerous, implying that he doesn't necessarily care if he dies. So I do understand that, but I didn't know that he was actively pursuing this outcome, because following in the footsteps of Pyramid Head is anything but a good idea. However, putting the jokes aside, I do have an idea why he might have decided to do such a dangerous thing. You see, James originally came to Silent Hill because of a mysterious letter that was, in theory, written by his dead wife. Already a rather strange set of circumstances. Now, once he arrived to the town, he quickly realized that something is not quite right. He found Silent Hill engulfed in an eerie fog, and, more than that, seemingly abandoned, except for the creatures roaming its streets that appear to be out to kill anyone alive. Now, this is already a rather unnerving place, to say the least. But even the few people he met were all quite strange and, more than that, confused. And it doesn't really help James that it seems that with every puzzle we solve, only more questions arise. So in a way, it makes sense that he is baffled by all the things that are happening, that he has many questions. And I think when he met Pyramid Head, a creature unlike him, seemingly in complete control of whatever is happening in this town, James thought maybe he will have some answers. And so he decided to follow him. Now, this doesn't make it any greater of an idea, but I think it makes it more relatable why James decided to do such a thing. However, I do have to mention that after all the events he witnessed, I wouldn't be quite surprised if he already started to question his own sanity, maybe as much as he might not care about his own well-being. He thinks that this is not even reality. Perhaps it's just a dream. A very bad dream. So let me welcome my wonderful viewers before I get into the actual game. Hello, Zev. And congratulations for being the first. Oh, and the brick. I was hoping if I don't mention the brick, you might forget about pulling it back, but it was worth a try. Oh, welcome in, Jaggy. I saw your clip, the welcome clip. It did say we come. It did say. It's not my fault. Why those two letters fell down? Perhaps it was nothing more than a coincidence. Or someone amongst the developer was having a bit of fun. Both I can more than understand. Oh, Zeph is on a 7-stream streak. Congratulations and thank you for your support. And the extra brick through my window. I don't even know where you're finding all these windows. I was pretty sure that you already broke all of my windows like a month ago. VCOM, yes. In the beginning of Silent Hill 2, right as the game starts, James is in a parking lot. And if you follow the road, there is a tunnel that is closed, but it should be actually leading you to the town. And above it, there is a sign on a string with every letter being on one piece of paper, and it should spell out welcome, but the L and the last E, I do believe, fell down. And so when I looked at it, it said we come. And then I realized, oh, there are missing letters on the ground. It's actually a bit like the welcome Leon sign in Resident Evil 2. Except there, if I'm not mistaken, they misspelled welcome. And here some of the letters just fell down. I'm not sure if there's any kind of connection. Resident Evil 2 released in 1998, and if I'm not mistaken, Silent Hill 2 released in 2001. So there could be. But then again, as much as people love to compare the two franchises, I'm not sure if there's much connection. So, as I said, we are in a new apartment building, and we have a new puzzle that we should somehow solve. And if I'm not mistaken, that puzzle will help us get out of it, it being this somewhat smaller but much more dangerous apartment building. But first, it's time for tea. now we shall start. Now, I am aware that today is a special day for some, since the Easter holiday is just around the corner. And I would like to say that today we are going to look for Easter eggs in this lovely game. But on one hand, ever since I started this playthrough, I've been looking everywhere for any kind of hidden item or secret or Easter egg or anything. And I haven't really found anything. I think there was maybe one backyard that was slightly hidden off one of the streets where I found an extra few consumables, and there was the supermarket where I found 8 bullets. But as much as those areas might be missable and not necessary for the main plot, I don't think they are necessarily secrets. Now, when it comes to Easter eggs, I don't really know what this game might reference. Obviously, it could reference other things in the series. Given that this is the second title, anything from the first. But since this is a remake, the developers who worked on it might have referenced things from the overall series, if they were allowed, which I'm not sure. As far as I know, they stayed pretty truthful to the original game, but maybe they hid a few references and Easter eggs here and there. But since I haven't played many of the Silent Hill games, I wouldn't be surprised if I just walked by one of them already. The only thing that I know about Silent Hill 2 is that it has multiple endings. One is somehow connected to UFOs, because I think it's actually called the UFO or alien ending. And another one is the dog ending, which I've seen a really long time ago. But I'm around 99.8% sure I will not get those endings by accident. But other than those, if I find anything even remotely hidden in this game, I will be really happy. Now, I said that every time I try to look at the background of the main menu to see if anything changed, but once again, I am not seeing anything. And we are in a new area of the game, so maybe this is an entirely static background. Or only the developers want us to believe that it is a static background. And then we get a jump scare. I cannot remember even one game where a jump scare was hidden in the main menu, actually. That would be pretty interesting. Well, if you don't count the old games where if you stayed in the main menu long enough, a demo video would start up, which was pretty loud, so it could catch you. But enough of the reminiscing, let's continue. Oh, those footsteps. But whose footsteps are they? Press any button. Any, you see? Okay. Let's see. Will the analog sticks work? Yeah! Even though I didn't necessarily press them, I just moved them. Alright, so here we are in our new safe room of sorts. It's really interesting in this game that many of the save rooms are not fully closed. So even though you have this cozy feeling, this sense of security, you're still not entirely relaxed, because there is an open door, and who knows what lurks beyond it. So that's a really interesting difference between the save rooms in this game and something like the Resident Evil games, where you have a small room with a closed door and you feel entirely safe. Here, you never truly feel safe. So, let's see where we are. Now, we already looked at most of this floor. We found 2 special doors, one with an M on it and one with an H on it. And those, I do believe, have to do with this note. Henry fears Scott. He'll run from him and hide. He's fled to the west, to the other side. But here comes Mildred with unknown intent. Scott lies face down, blind to her descent. Now, there are many little details here that might be clues. The most obvious, I do believe, are the names of the 3 characters: Henry, Scott, and Mildred. As you might remember, I said that we have a door with the letter M and the letter H, Mildred and Henry. So in theory, there will be somewhere a door with the letter S on it. Now another part might be where he fled to, because it says he's fled to the west, to the other side. Now, west on the map we have, I'm assuming, is down, or the bottom part of it. To the other side could mean 2 things, at least. One is the other side of the building, or the other side as in a different world. Since it seems like we are not necessarily in Silent Hill right now, or at least a different version of Silent Hill. And there is a third bit of information hidden here, and that is Mildred and her descent. Now, the descent could mean going to a lower floor within this building. What does that mean? I'm not necessarily sure. Maybe that's where we will find something important. Maybe the key to the door with the letter M on it. But I think almost every word in this note will be important. Now, about where we are. Well, when I originally stepped into this apartment building was when I tried to open the door through which Pyramid had left. And to be perfectly honest, I thought it would be locked, like so many other doors. But to my surprise, a cutscene started and James was able to open the door. Now, what was rather strange is that beyond the door was another door, just a few inches further. And between the two was a gap between two buildings. So it seemed like we stepped from one of the apartment buildings into the other. But in a really strange way, because why is there a gap? But the visuals also kind of hinted at how we are traveling through realms in a way. And this black strip of nothingness between the buildings depicted them as if they were floating in nothingness. Something that is affirmed here, because as you can see, if we look up, there's nothing. The sky is pitch black. There are no stars, there are no clouds, not even the moon. Now, it could be that it is simply a dark night today, and even though we did enter the apartment building during the daytime, time could have passed. That makes sense. But another rather eerie thing within this apartment building is how most of it is seemingly built of rusted metal, especially pieces that are falling apart. And as you can see here, even the brickwork is depicted as if it's rusting away. And behind everything, we only see more brownish red panels of metal and chains, or the usual cage-like grates. So my hunch is something is seriously wrong here. Even more than before. So where we are is a great question. My guess... Ooh. What an interesting painting I just noticed. So my guess when I arrived was that we are in a kind of mirrored version of the previous apartment building, the Woodside apartment. And I believe that because the two rooms that we moved across were really similar, except they were mirrored. However, once I left that initial room to which I arrived, I realized that the layout is different, and then we got the maps, all 3 floors, and that confirmed that indeed this is a smaller apartment building, and a different one at that, called Blue Creek Apartment. It's written on the top of the map. But where is Blue Creek Apartment? Well, I realized something, and that is, if I can dig up the map of the entire town, that might give us the answer we are looking for. This is not the one. This is. So here you can see that we entered Woodside Apartments, and right next to it is Blue Creek Apartments. So this building is indeed in Silent Hill. So why is it so different? Again, maybe it might just be nighttime, and all of the rather strange rusted and peeling parts just show that this building is for some reason more decrepit than the other one. Or perhaps there's something more to it. But for now, there's only one thing we can do, and that is to continue. Now, last time I checked everything that I could on this floor and arrived to the conclusion, which was that we have to go to the next floor, except I do not really remember how to get there. So let's try to figure that out. I have a feeling that it should be this way. Now we already checked everything and defeated every creature, so we should be safe here. I just noticed that is a dog bowl. Let's go. Yes, slightly creepy crib. You can see the remnants of our fights. And there should be a fire escape somewhere here. that leads to this place. And my guess is this is a one-way entrance. So this will lead us to apartment 303 on the third, aka the top floor. Now something that strikes me about this map specifically is the fact that certain rooms are smudged and dirty and you can barely see their number. That maybe means we will not need to visit those areas, or it simply means that the map is dirty. Let's go. Is anyone in there? Another cage. Alright. Save. Okay. The radio is silent. So here again you can see that the wall seemingly rotted away, and behind you can see this metal structure. So maybe this was a wall once upon a time as well. Is there something in there that I should be noticing? A wheelchair. We'll see if we can go there. Oh, penguin! 4 penguins. And a health drink, 4 in total. Last stream we went from 8 or 9 health drinks all the way to pretty much 0. And I managed to crawl my way a bit back, but we are still in plenty of danger. Oh, I see. This is the other side of that wall. Let's hope that this wall is safe as I look around. This is one of those straitjacket creatures. And once again I feel like it will attack us, so let's make sure it doesn't. It only moves when I kick it, which is logical. But I am keeping an eye on you. Oh, there's another one. This can mean 2 things. 1, I am walking right into an ambush, or 2, we are following the bloody trail of someone else. Which we are doing in a way. I guess they noticed the light. I dodged. These creatures are quicker and more dangerous. Oh goodness. Ow! I couldn't even drink my drink. I have to be more careful around here. As I said, something is wrong with this place. Yep, not going in there. Another corpse. Or so I think. So there is a door here which is, well, caged up, but we have another door to use. What's there? Nothing. One of the most useful things you can find. More penguin. 5 ammo. Alright, we are getting more ammo, so maybe we should make use of it. We have 41 bullets. And again, I'm always trying to balance my resources. So right now I have more bullets and less health items. So I will try to use our pistol. What happened here? It wasn't me, that's for sure. I haven't been to this floor yet. Alright. That was strange. Wait. Okay. Nothing behind us. But the radio is still chirping away. Well, this seems to be barricaded. This is 303. And this is the room we saw. Bullets. 3 chairs and a wheelchair. And the wheelchair is covered by a piece of cloth and tape. I think it is taped to it. But where are we exactly? So this is 303. And we originally arrived to 303, but then we went through the wall to 305. I see. So there should be a door somewhere on this side that was caged from the other side. Oh, 304. And we have 302 as well, but that is in theory here. Well, its door is, but I can't reach that. Well, let's check 304, I guess. Why did you pull out your gun? Okay, this seems to be closed. So I guess that door is behind this tarp. Yeah, that seems to be the case. All of these noises do not help at all. Well, it seems we missed the party. And again, the game is setting up the arrival of something really dangerous. But it is doing it in a brilliant way by showing that all of these creatures that we had quite a lot of trouble dealing with are no match to whatever is awaiting us. So here we have the next room, which is smaller. It is seemingly a utility closet of some sort. Some health drinks. Let's look around thoroughly. Oh. 4 bullets, that's good. I killed the last creature with only 3 bullets, and I do believe I missed the second one. However, now that we know where that cracked wall would lead us, let's actually break it. It might come in handy as a shortcut. Alright. But this is closed. Alright. There is something on the other side of it, however. Let's see what we have. Nothing there. All of these corpses make this much more unnerving because I never know what will get up behind me. 1, 2, miss. It did get me just a bit, but that was rather surprising because I was far away. So I think these more greenish decaying versions are not only stronger, but they can shoot their bile further, making them much more dangerous. Okay, so this seems to be a dead end. And this is 306 with a locked door, leaving only one corridor for us to explore. Interesting. This is a cabinet that we can push, I do believe, from either side. I will push it from this side so I don't get it stuck right next to the other wall. But what is strange here is we are creating shortcuts, as if we will need to run through here later on, and that is not good. .307. Okay, we checked the corner, and here we have another apartment. As much as I think that these or this building overall is smaller, the apartments within seem to be larger slightly than in the previous one. Or well, some of them. What did you just mark? This cupboard? I don't think so. That's a lovely lamp, but what is so special about this kitchen? A blender. We do have a blender in this kitchen. Is there a med kit in there? Or a medical box? Okay, let's see, what did we... Right, radio. Indeed, that seems to be a radio hanging on chains within a rusty metal cage. At first I thought that is an oversized light bulb within because of the shape, but then I realized no, it is just an old school radio. I do not like this place, not one bit. Is that a fire extinguisher? I think. And this is a valve, or rather a pipe without a valve. Okay, that will lead outside. But first let's check what's here. Oh, that's a really old lamp. Somehow the items here seem older than the ones we saw in the other apartment. Or maybe I'm just noticing some of them now. Well, there's not much more here other than, well, the obvious. Can I do anything with it? Don't think so. I would need to get those chains down. This song. This is the song we listened to in Neely's bar. A Long Way Home. So one of the chains lead to this door. So I'm assuming we are not opening this. At least not until we get the radio down. And 3 other chains, even though swinging loosely, go through holes in the walls and lead to different places. But one of them actually to this valve. It seems we have yet another puzzle on our hands. And then we reached another area. If I'm not mistaken, we used that staircase to get to this floor. And this will be a locked part of 305. Let's see. I just wanted to say that this at least will be a way I can go back through, but apparently no. Oh, interesting. Do you want to get up? Just let me know. I do have my bullets loaded. Ooh. That is indeed rusty. Anything in the medicine cabinet? No? I used up all of them. And look at you now. You're still in pretty bad shape. So one chain goes through this wall. And is that the only chain here? I think yes. It is attached to the door, and then to the wall, and then to a similar valve, like the one we saw before. However, this one actually has the wheel on it. The question is, do I want to turn it? And the answer is, I probably have no choice. 306. Is that the one that we already saw with the locked door? I think it is. Well, let's turn the wheel of fortune and let's see what it has in store for us. I have to keep pressing the X. No! 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 Wow! I died. I indeed died. For the first time. Let's see what happens now. You died. Indeed I did. Where am I? Oh, I just entered this building, it seems. Well... time to... re-explore everything. No. No. Now in these older games, because of the save function being limited to certain areas, if you don't go back all the time to save, which is actually something I can't even do now because the way I came is, I do believe, blocked. But let me check. Yes, I think even on the map it is marked. Because of that, I have to replay a bigger portion. But I guess that adds to the tension. Because you know, if you die, you're not only getting a game over screen, but also you have to replay a part and experience the horrors again. Such as getting your nose booped. Which is terrible. Let me tell you. It really is. So, stop it! Lick the wall. I don't think that would be a good idea. With any doors around here. Or any walls. Or anything. So it seems that... Ow! First of all, you shouldn't step into the acid even after the creature died. And also, it seems if you notice the creatures getting up in time, then you can defeat them much easier. It strengthens your immune system. I don't believe that. I really do not believe that. Drink the acid? Absolutely not. You want poor James to die? He already did. And this part was rather interesting, I have to say, because I knew that one of the bodies was there, but it just changes the pace so suddenly that you are caught between two of these creatures. And even though I tried to kind of run around and go back to the bathroom, which seemed to be kind of a safer spot, I think I got caught up in the pool of acid from one of the creatures, and then the remaining one finished poor James off. It's cleansing, it certainly is. What are those? traps and chains. So many implements to restrict. But hey, we learn as we go. I will go back further. Okay. And look at them, how they die. That's a really interesting animation that I just noticed now, because up until this time I was trying to go kill them with a melee weapon, and so I was right next to them when they died and they just exploded in my face. But now that I'm killing them with the gun, I see that they fall down and then they perch up on their legs and their shoulders or their head. I'm not sure, because their arms are obviously bound, and they curve their spine and became this macabre fountain of miasma. And it's really interesting. I'm not sure why, but it strikes me as a really twisted depiction of birth and giving birth. I'm not sure why, but again, everything in this game seems to be more than it seems. And maybe I'm just talking things into them. That is definitely possible, but every movement of these creatures are so unsettling. How they crawl, they slither around the ground, even how they walk. Why would there be stuff around that is still working? That's a good point. Not much is working. The valve was working. Partially caused my demise. Eat them. Actually, we didn't eat anything since we arrived. Now, last time I pushed this from the left side and I got killed, so let's push it from the right. Now here, a bit of extra interaction. You have to press the X to actually interact with the cabinet, and then you have to move forwards to push it. Alright, now then. Here's 307. Let's make note of the radio. James. Note. Thank you. Now I try to pick up everything and not miss anything that I found during my first walk around here, because I wouldn't want to miss something in the game because I'm being impatient just because I died. So if I have to, I check everything twice just to make sure that I get to see as much as possible. I'm not sure if I can do anything with this radio. Now we did look at the chains. And here we are outside again. And here we go again. We have the key. But first we have to get the heck out of here. Now, let's see. We are in this apartment. We already been in this apartment. A part of it, I think. I'm honestly a bit confused about these two apartments right next to each other. It's difficult to see where one apartment starts and where another ends, because so many walls are, well, missing, let's say. But what I want to do is not die here actually. So if I open this, I should focus on this one, but the other one will be right next. So I guess the game plan is don't miss the shots. I know that was a wasted bullet. I dodged. Ow! Okay. I guess we did better than last time. Well, actually, definitely we did better. I'm still alive. No, it is true that in a way I have more health now than before I died, because this time I didn't get caught by one of the creatures right before the door of 306 in the corner. But hey, we learn as we go. So indeed we already explored this building, but what makes reading the map a bit tricky is that right now I'm literally standing in a wall. So you can see that on the same line as we are standing right now, there is a wall, a horizontal wall, and it ends with the little blocked line, the zigzag line. And there is a part of the wall that is blurred there, and I thought that means we went through there. But that couldn't be, because we had the valve in that room, and obviously I couldn't reach that before. So why the wall is blurred is not because it is missing, it is because the map is dirty. And obviously the missing walls and the broken doors are not marked on this map originally, which makes sense, but it makes it a bit confusing to figure out where I am exactly. But I think we explored this part rather well. Now here's the thing. The creature that got up in the bathroom, we saw that one on the ground. This one, however, I have no clue where it came from. Maybe it was a dead body just lying here in front of this closed door. We did see this closed door actually. Or maybe it wandered here after we went through this area. But that again implies that just because we managed to walk through here once does not mean that we are safe now as well. Oh no. Quite the opposite. Everything we checked might have changed. So these creatures might get up at any moment. You know, I have a theory where that creature came from. Right here. There were 3 bodies here. 3 puddles of blood. That's really nice attention to detail. I wanted to ask, what's that? And then I realized that this creature is trying to hide from me. Not successfully, I might add, but most of the time they can definitely get me. So I'm happy that I stopped and I realized what I was looking at. I should stop missing my shots. Are you dead? Okay. When the blood is pooling, that means we are safe. I'm rather happy that I noticed this one, because if I was just walking by here and got kicked in the face, that might have startled me a bit. But as I said, just because we walked through this area once doesn't mean it is safe now. So this is 307. We checked that one. But before I go to 306, I want to look around here. If someone gets up, I'm running out of this meat grinder of a spot, surrounded by 3 bodies. Fucking called it? No. Stop it. Oh. Oh, this is interesting. So there was one kind of standard enemy and one of these, I'm not sure how to describe them, because you can see the same staples, but this one, its skin is more corroded. It has this sickly green color, and whatever those little hanging bits are, bits of flesh or metal, I'm really not sure. Now let's check if the third body is still dead. Okay, it is. Now, this was actually rather clever from the developers, because I got 4 bullets and you can kill the 2 enemies with 4 bullets. Now I missed 1, so I used up 5, and that means I would have been better off not even picking up those 4 bullets and not fighting these creatures than what I just did. But then again, I want to explore everything. What do you like more, Silent Hill or Resident Evil? Ooh, that's a tough question. I played many Resident Evil games, and I do like the series a lot. Even though I don't necessarily consider most of its titles hardcore horror games. The closest the franchise got to scary horror levels, in my opinion, is Resident Evil 7 Biohazard. But that was, I think, kind of an overcompensation as part of their attempt to go back from the really action-packed Resident Evil 5 and mostly 6, because the fans were not really happy with that route that they were taking, and so they created this really, I don't want to necessarily say creepy, more disturbing and disgusting kind of game where the number of enemies were much lower, it was slower, the FPS view changed so much, and it really went back to the roots of survival horror, with not having many bullets, having fewer weapons overall, and really trying to make every shot count. Here, I haven't played any of the Silent Hill games. I admit, I completely missed this franchise, because by the time I really started playing games, Silent Hill was already reaching its dormant state. The years during which Konami pretty much abandoned the entire franchise. But to me, as I played this game, and the information I know about the franchise from videos, and really how complex and well thought out at least the original games were, I feel like Silent Hill is much closer to my image of hardcore horror. As much as it is psychological, because it is dealing with many sensitive topics, it has a really choking atmosphere. It still has survival horror in it, because you have barely enough bullets. I don't even think enough bullets. I'm really worried that soon there will be a point when I just completely run out of bullets and I will be in a terrible position. I definitely ran out of health items already. So as much as I can say that because I played enough games, I can kind of try to balance out things, so I'm not completely screwed, I still died. And that is because the game knows that you go slowly, you go methodically, but at the same time you slip up, you make mistakes. And many times in the previous apartment, these old leg creatures, they got me because they hide. And that's not a usual thing in a horror game. Zombies, monsters, they rarely hide around the corner just to jump you. Sometimes yes, because they are put there by the developers. And so it's a kind of jump scare. But here I feel this is different because sometimes when they noticed me, they actually ran away to hide. So it's not that the developers set a trap. The creatures set the traps. And I understand that obviously happens because of the programming made by the developers, but it makes the creatures appear intelligent. And that not only gives them character, but that makes them more terrifying. Because you are not only going up against a brute that will walk towards you on a straight path. And really, I find it really funny how I play this game much more like a survival horror game. Just holding my pistol and looking around every corner. Whereas in most other games in this genre, I'm just walking around, minding my own business, shooting whatever comes around. So this game is a really interesting mixture of many horror genres, and I don't want to choose favorites, to be honest. But in their respective genre, I think they are really outstanding. If I have to choose which game I think would be more horrifying and scary, or if someone asks me which game would I recommend if they really look for the more hardcore titles, I think even without finishing it yet, I would say Silent Hill 2. Because, as I said, in most of the Resident Evil games, I never felt that the atmosphere was this tangible. Those games are different. I don't think they ever wanted to be this scary. And that's fine, because it's a different genre. And something that I think proves this is how when Resident Evil 7 released, Capcom held this survey in Japan, and what came back was the players found Resident Evil 7, or Biohazard 7 in Japan, too scary. Some people actually said that they like Biohazard, but they don't want to play this game because they heard it is too scary. And so the Japanese marketing for Village was that it's not as scary as 7, which is, by the way, brilliant. Absolutely look it up. They made little videos where the lords are puppets and they are singing how they are not as scary and making some really horror themed things. I do remember Lady Domitrescu inviting everyone to paint with blood or something like that. Every lord had a little video, and I absolutely adored them. But I think that shows that as much as the players wanted more of the survival horror, they didn't necessarily want an all-out horror game. Whereas maybe with Silent Hill, the players want a game that is in a way difficult to play for a long stretch of time. I am already followed, but thank you. I know my my rats will every now and then chime in the chat and say something to stir up some conversations. Same, I love Resident Evil. I do love almost all of the Resident Evil games. If I don't count really spin-off titles, I think there's only one title where I was like, yeah, I don't like this one. Now, we have the key to this apartment, and our radio is going insane, which means something is here. Okay, I'm coming in, whatever you are. It's not that thing lying on the floor, because it is lying on the floor. Alright, there isn't a hiding creature behind the door. I'm pretty sure that every creature has a distinct sound, but I can't tell them just yet. Oh, you're a simple... Did I really just miss you because I shot right between your legs? Did I really do that? That was a simple one, and yes, I know I'm wasting bullets like there's no tomorrow. I could have went in with melee, but I didn't know if this one will get up, and most of the time then I think that there's only one creature, there are two. And would you look at that, if I ran in, this one would have gotten up. But yes, shooting in this game is a bit tricky. I don't want to say that the controls are bad, because they are not. It's just... It's a bit slow. I think that would be the right word. It's a bit difficult to follow the enemies, the target. And also one interesting thing, I was holding down the trigger and I took a shot right around the corner, and then I released the trigger and James shot the wall. Then I physically knew I wasn't holding down the trigger, so maybe if you hold down the trigger he will keep shooting, so that's something to look out for. Now can I break these, because these are glass, but I don't think that's what the game wants from us. Oh, another TV. And the hole. Where does this go? A tiny room. Okay. Now, there is no way to take a peek in as far as I know. And as much as it is a tiny room, so there's probably no enemy inside there, since our radio is nice and quiet. We don't know if there's a wall missing or something like that, so let's see. Great! Oh, no, I do have to say one thing. The way the light bulb bursted or burst, and the burning pieces of the filament fell to the ground in the darkness. It was beautiful. And just with this tiny scripted part, it sets the mood for this entire room. Because you crawl in, you can't even do anything. It's an animation. And in those 2 seconds, so much happens. Everything goes dark. You hear the radio static, and then you turn around and you see this creature. And once again, the game plays with the expectations, because I thought I'm going in for a fight. But the creature walked away. Why? Because it's waiting. It's hiding to ambush me. It's there. It's just hiding. Oh, interesting. Now, what is strange, and this is something I started to notice, is we have many medical items around here, like the wheelchair, and here these metal pieces around the toilet so someone can grab onto them. So maybe someone older lived in this apartment, but we also saw such in different rooms and apartments, so this place looks more like a place for the elderly or something like that, which is interesting. Oh, welcome in, Schmoozer. Thank you for the tea. It's a great time to take a tea break when I know that in the next room a creature is waiting to kick me in the face. How is the second Silent Hill? It is absolutely wonderful. It is terrifying in all the right ways. I mean, look at this little bathtub. Filled up with blood, there's a creature in it, there's... Is that a mirror? I think that's a mirror. We have another toilet. Hey, there's a bathroom here as well. Oh, maybe this one belongs... Oh yes, this belongs to 306. And the other one belongs to 304. Ah, I see. Right, the 2 bedrooms are right next to each other. Makes sense. Now, we know that these creatures love to press up against the wall and wait for the right moment to strike. So let's be careful here. I can hear you. And how is Dread? I am doing rather wonderfully. I died for the first time in this game, which is both not good and interesting. It shows that the game is not as forgiving, which is good, because when it comes to remakes, companies tend to make games easier for the newer generations, and not because the newer players are bad at games, but because the industry changed and games got easier. They provide more help with tips and tutorials and maps and all that. And I'm pretty sure some of those things were implemented in this remake, but it's nice that they didn't fill the entire game with bullets and such. Even though I don't know if there are more resources in this game than the original. You will not get up, right? I was planning to have a horror zoo visit, Zoocosis, today, but it's Easter, so the horror trip will wait for next Friday. I can understand that. Okay. Now I have to be careful because how I check areas is mostly look in one direction, that is the closest, and then move to that side and peek to the other and go back and forth. But because these creatures can shimmy up to the wall so closely, sometimes I just looked in somewhere like this. I said, okay, that's clear, and I backed right into them. But oh no. Oh, you. I thought I was safe. Really, with every step there is something. But it's an interesting game mechanic here, because you start looking out for the dead bodies around to know, in case there's a strange sound, where that enemy or creature might be, which is rather refreshing. Okay, well, there's nothing there. And there's nothing there. And there's nothing there. So our creature is either behind that door or right here. Yep, found it. I will be sneaky. And get them from here. Now, I did mention this again, but how do you deliver a headshot to a creature that doesn't have a head? Oh, no hugs. Ow! I want to take a more hands-on approach to preserve some ammo. It was a slightly bad idea, even though I did dodge, but I think I should learn how to deal with these creatures without bullets. I feel like that's the clever thing to do. Kill the acid creatures with the gun and handle these with our trusty spiked board. Yes, found some ammo there, that's good. Again, we do have these areas where we can just jump over, and that might be really useful with certain enemies. And here we have yet another chain. Now this is interesting because the chains come from the radio. So this chain, in theory, goes through the corridor that I already explored. Maybe I just missed it. Well, here's the thing. If the dead creatures remain dead... Oh! I just realized this. That creature I saw, which was dead, it was standing here in the puddle of blood, and so when it walked away, it left footprints. So you can also follow those and figure out where they went. Why are there glass shards or mirror pieces taped to the ceiling? Good question. But the important part is, when I unlock this, I think the chain will drop and the door will open. So the only place some attack can arrive is through that door. But also from there, if the creature in the bathtub rises. So let's see. Will I get killed? Okay. Let's check. Okay. This one seems to be still dead. Oh, the valve broke off. I see. And indeed, the chain was pulled back. Yes, it fell down. Or maybe it broke. Well, let's see. Oh, great. Okay, let's try to do this. No. No. This is properly... Ow! Stressful. Uh-oh. Not good. I might die here. Wow. They actually try to dodge. And especially when you see that your health is absolutely terrible, you start swinging like a madman. That is not good. So let's see. What was that? Good question. So indeed the chain is here and it leads up there. Okay, 3 bullets. And 1 dead. But there's more. 2 and 3. These are simple ones. That doesn't mean anything. Oh, so here we had the chain. I did not notice that. It comes through there, goes through this one, and then that one, and that one. And I don't think I should be doing this while there's enemies around. I missed this drawer, but it was empty. Are you hiding? I think they are hiding. No? I'm not sure if that hit. I think this one did. Okay. I see that the game is throwing all the enemies at me now. Now you get one shot, and then we go the old school way. Oh, dodged. I see. Wow, I managed to get one finally without getting hit. Well, I shot it to make things easier, but still. Alright, so the chain went through that hole and then there. Let me see, it should go to 307, so I think that hole and that little holder. So indeed the chain went all the way through here. Rather fascinating. Now then. Here we have the radio. And now two chains broke. So maybe I didn't let the chains go loose. I pulled them and snapped them because of the tension. At least that's what it seems like. So if I attach the valve here and release this chain, this radio will fall down and possibly break this table and hopefully the cage that contains it. The question is, what will attack me? Okay, James, let's try not to die. James, are you okay? Oh. Had to turn it twice. I thought he got some muscle cramps there. Oh my goodness, no, you see, I know I'm old, and you might think that I say that old things were better because of the nostalgia, but look at that sturdy table. A radio fell on it with a metal cage, and it's still in one piece. The hour hand. Oh! I have to admit, I did not realize that in the middle of the radio, where the channels are, the symbol was the hour hand. I thought it was either some decoration or the needle that helps you set the frequency. But alright, we have the hour hand. And we have another open door. Now, in theory, I could go back there and return to the second floor, but I do have a lever, and I do believe this ladder will fall when I pull that lever. However, I want to check if I can reach anything from here. It seems like the answer is no. Even though I would have been happy if something was accessible here, but actually if I walk up to this point, the character stops. So you cannot accidentally walk off there and force yourself to go around again, go up to the third floor and pull this lever to make the shortcut. So that's considerate from the developers. And there we go, we have our shortcut. And this is the door with the H. Yep, it is. And I'm back. And I'm saving. Oh, this took a long time. And not even only because I died. So now we have the hour hand. I just place it in there. I won't mess around with it first because we have to check our little clue here. So we have Scott here. Now Scott is actually the only one named in the note who doesn't have a door with their initial carved into it. Or I haven't found it yet. But let's look at what we have here. So I do believe the top line, the arrow, is the hour hand because it seems to be shorter. And that is pointing to the left, horizontally. So I think the circular end of the arrow is actually the middle of the clock, and the point that it points at is the number. So this should be 9. The minute hand is in an angle. If I think about the minutes that we can set, it's 0, 5, 10 and 15. Now 0 would be a vertical line and 15 would be a horizontal, and this is closer to the letter, so I think this will be 10. So it's 9, 10 or 10 past 9. Now, first of all, what happened? Second of all, this clock doesn't have a minute hand. So, what did I do? Another thing that this could be, that this is not all information regarding Scott. This is actually a list. And the topmost that I used belongs to one person. The second one belongs to another person, and Scott is the third person on the list, but we don't know his number, even though we could try out all of them, I guess. Let's see what happened. I guess we can check this. Oh, this is now open. This is age. Henry. Alright, so maybe we will find a clue about Scott's number or time. This is a strangely clean apartment. It is in good condition, especially compared to the other rooms around here. Nothing in this, as far as I can see. Even the flowers are not withered into rot. You can still make out most of their colors. Birds! Look at those birds. Those are gorgeous birds. Okay, we will check that in a moment. Bookshelf, mirror. Where are we actually? 210. Alright, well, we are not going there. And I'm assuming we are not going here either. So this will require a bird key based on the engraved birds on the lock. That was closed. So the only thing we can do is... What appeared in that mirror? Perhaps just some graphical artifacts. So here we have again birds. What is this? Is this a scale? Alright, so I need to place 2 birds in it. Can I pick these birds up? No. Excuse me? That's strange. I mean, in Silent Hill it's not that strange, but kinda strange. Okay, I guess we are not going through the closed door. Instead, we are breaking down the wall. Completely logical. Okay, now this is a tiny room. A bedroom, it seems. Nothing in the bathtub. Okay, let's open this. This is intriguing because we went from an apartment that is in great condition, and just on the other side of the wall we have this room that is in absolutely a disgusting state. And I don't want to know what I'm stepping into. Oh no. No, no, no. Why? Why did you kneel down onto that floor? James. And also, what is it with this game and putting our hands into strange things in bathrooms? First the hole in the wall and now the toilet. Okay, let's search. Hopefully nothing will bite us. Also, why didn't you roll up your sleeve? Yeah, there you go. There. Goodness. Where did you even get the idea that something might be there? I mean, yes, something could be there, but still. There's a good chance there isn't a bird statue in there. But I do have to admit, at least, James's facial expression is fittingly disgusted. Yeah, let's touch your hair to the toilet seat. Yep. No, we don't have to go any deeper. Great. Oh, goodness. I don't care what's happening. I'm trying to compose myself. Oh, goodness. Look at... What? What? Okay, I guess we're going through the door then. This place did not look like this just a moment ago. You see, this is how much shit reaching into the toilet can cause. Literally. Okay, not going here. But we have enemies, so let's look for enemies first. Oh, you get a bullet, or two, or three. I'm starting to understand the rhythm of their movement, and there are moments when they are mostly stationary and it's easier to hit them. Okay, let's look around, because as we know, the all-leg creatures do not interfere with our radio. Okay, our jacket is magically clean. In the toilet, after the search, you could actually see how his jacket was a sickening brownish color. Alright, so we have one bird. Pigeon figurine. Look at that pigeon. Okay, we have the pigeon. And I guess we have to put the pigeon on this. And then we will get the key. I love how every puzzle leads to another puzzle. But now we have the minute hand. Problem is, we can't go back to place the minute hand where it should be, because you guessed it, we are locked out of that place again. So now we are on the other side of the second floor. We did the age on the room, on the door part, and we also got a lovely check mark for our deep dive. And now we have the seesaw. The question is, how do we get back to the clock? But first, I think what is more important is making sure we are somewhat safe here. But something really interesting is how the hole behind us was locked by those metal cages. Because, first of all, the room, the apartment changed. So it either changed literally, or one version, most likely the one in better condition, wasn't real. Only we saw it that way for some reason. However, we did go through the hole in the wall, which in theory we created. But that was then locked. Meaning that this world and its pieces shift. And maybe those metal pieces that build everything up, they are not as static as we might think, which is really intriguing. Now here we have a dead end, some bullets, and the wardrobe. And then we have number 209 here, which I'm pretty sure I can open. Except I won't go in because first I want to check what's here. I thought there was a hole there again. What's that? That is 211. Okay, that's another apartment. Yes, that is 211. I'm pretty sure this will be logged. It will not be logged. Okay. Interesting. So this, on the map at least, is a doorway. Except it is blocked. And that is our only way back. So my guess is maybe we have to go through apartment 209, and that will lead us back to the balcony in the middle. At least I hope. Oh, this is a dark, dark room. My apologies, but could you please repeat that, because I could not make out a single word. It is rather telling that I'm going around holding up the pistol. Oh, what's that? Another blender! What is it with people and blenders here? Okay, we have 2 doors. Let's go to the right door first. Not like it matters. Okay. As much as I could be attacked at any moment, let's try to look around. I don't think I can go there. Yeah. At least it's a nice bed. Why is there a body-shaped stain on this bed? I love these little details, and I'm sure that I miss quite a lot of them, much like the bloody footprints that I pointed out earlier, because I'm trying to focus more on playing the game and actually not dying. But this is definitely a game where when I replay it, I will try to focus much more on all the details rather than the gameplay aspect of it, because hopefully I will get a bit more decent at playing it. And as much as I am already blown away, I feel like I will find so many interesting little tidbits. You know what? I will just go through that door instead, so I have a nice and clean view of this corridor. Scrap that! We are going through the hole in the wall. Now, this is the smaller part of the corridor. This is the bigger. This is our shortcut. And we are golden. That is so beautiful. That was so beautiful. And there is some kind of a bug there, which might be a way to explain why the radio will go off. But that was so nice, such a beautiful silhouette. Even though, did we see the legs of the silhouette? Because that would be impossible. The bathtub is there. No. Oh, I see. So every now and then the flashlight that we hold will start flickering, especially when an enemy or a creature appears, which again makes fighting them a bit more stressful. But here, that actually helps because it reveals whatever is standing right in front of us. Because normally our flashlight would drown out that dim light there. Now I do believe this is one of those acid creatures because of the lack of arms. And I have two ideas here. One, this is a distraction, but I don't seem to find any other creatures. Or there really is something standing there. But I will not shoot it. I will not, because the game makes sure that you see them, right? And so logically you would shoot them, right? You feel like you have the upper hand finally. You found them before they found you. But this is a clever game. So maybe it's just a simple trap. But let's see. I don't think that's a creature. It's either a human and I could kill them accidentally, which I don't think the game would do, or it's a corpse, or it's nothing. It's a mannequin. It's a mannequin turned in such an angle that the arms are not visible. Because normally, if you saw the arms, you would know that it's not a creature. At least not one that we've seen before, because one of the creatures has their arms bound and the other one has no arms, or really upper body or a head, rather 2 legs. Fallout flashbacks. This is a wonderful little set piece, and I have no clue what that is. I thought that was a bug, but it seems like it isn't. It's something hanging from that vent, which is slightly strange. So I guess I have to break this glass? Oh, okay. What's this? Malformed figurine part. This is a part of a bird. They eat it. No! Absolutely. What is this? I have to admit, James, you have some creative vision if you see anything in it. Because the only thing that I noticed is the peg that is the bottom of the figurine. So I guess it's missing its head. Looks like a potato looking for soil. I'm in trouble. What if the creature has mannequin arms? That would be interesting. Okay. And now we're making a run for it. Okay, this is safe-ish. Hey, that was a hit. That was also a hit. And you can see even the normal ones that are not these super acidic ones do a similar purge when they die, except they don't rise their bodies so high as the other ones. So when you shoot them or kill them, because of the darkness and their overall rather bloody appearance, you are not sure which one this is. And when you see them start doing this move, you might think that they will explode, but they are slightly different. So there are some tiny differences that tell you what you are up against. I'm not sure where this one came from actually. How do they open the door without arms? Well, I actually opened these doors, so I kind of helped them. Now, we do have 2 parts of the bird puzzle, but it seems like there will be a third. Now we can go through the door here or break through the wall. Question is, what is the better idea? Let's see what happens if we try to be clever. Again, it's an option that the developers give us, so obviously they are more than ready for it. Okay, there's nothing there, so in theory this initial area is safe. And there's nothing in the kitchen. Okay. They could have made it so something appears here if you enter through the front door just to surprise you, but they didn't go that far. And in many ways the developers are rather consistent in this game. They are not pulling cheap tricks. Now that's strange, because first I thought those were footprints or blood, but that is not it. That is a more decayed part. It looks like rust, but it also appears as if it was corroded by acid. What is that? Obviously, we have to find the light source, which is there. So what we are looking at is not as large as we might think, because it's close to said lamp. That is actually the neck and head of the bird. Oh no! I dodged! It's so tricky to get them. Sometimes I feel like you have to be closer to them, because ow, if you go too far they will James, what are you doing? So they will jump on you if you are not careful. There you go. What was that pathetic stomp? But oh my goodness. But again, I wanted to say the developers went with some brilliant misdirection. They wanted you to look to the right where the lamp was, where your goal is. Right. And they hit the creature on the other side, but no, they made sure they put one on both sides. Alright, get that. And let me tell you, it was such an unreal moment when I looked to the left and I was about to say yes, they cleverly hit the creature on the right side and not the left, and I look to the left and I see this creature standing right in front of me, just a few inches from my face, and it's not moving, and I kind of had to catch myself when it started moving, like, oh, okay, we are doing this. Because it was so strange to see them so close. In many ways, these creatures are absolutely fascinating to me. And and the people or person who designed them managed to capture something so strange, something truly unnerving. Wooden swan head. Okay, well, it's certainly in better condition than the rest of the poor bird. And what a surprise! This is closed. Do I get any perhaps health items for my troubles? No? Understandable. I don't know exactly how the health works in this game. Some hits seem to be less damaging than others. For example, when this creature jumped on me this time, it dealt less damage than when it happened a bit back. And I think it was the same move, or maybe there are slight variations of the same move. Or maybe I was pressing the X button more, and so I was able to get them off of me quicker, or at all, and didn't give them the chance to kick me. Because previously what they did, they kind of wrapped their real legs around James's waist, and with their other legs started flailing, and they used those to kick them off of James when we finally got them off of us. But that actually dealt damage, whereas here I think they kind of just let us go, which is really interesting. There's quite a lot of variety to their moves. Alright, well, I guess that we should look at our inventory actually. And look at what we have. Wooden swan head. A head and a slender neck of a wooden swan. Malformed figurine part. Oddly disfigured part of a wooden figurine. Pigeon figurine. A wooden bird figurine with a metal peg on the bottom. Okay, so it actually says combine, so I think we can combine these two. And we get a rather otherworldly swan figurine. And now we have to place the pigeon here and the swan here. I was wondering how we will figure out which one goes where. Again, we could just simply try it out. But it seems that the game tells us. And indeed, this is no good. Because we have to bring these two into balance, and we can do that by placing the swan into another slot. Now we can do the same with the pigeon, because those slots or that part of the rod is corroded away. Okay, this is not enough. I think it will be the second, so not this one, but let's try. Indeed. I wanted to try at all. And that's one way to hide a key. And we got the key, the winged key. And hopefully this will help us leave this place. And I do believe, indeed, now I was wrong about 209. because you can see, even if I could exit that apartment and reach the balcony, there is a barricade between the balcony of 209 and 210, but I guess we can go through the window here, or we will be able to. Eat the key to keep it safe. I need it right now, right here. Here you go. You know, I thought I can just, you know, climb out the window, but what is happening here? You know, the rust was one thing, but this looks like a terrible combination of mold and dirt and feces and things I don't even want to mention. Okay, where the heck are we? This is the second floor, so I will have to jump down to the first floor, and we are in theory above, wrong map, 110. Okay, here goes nothing. Actually, let's drink a hell drink, just to be sure. Don't break your neck. Okay, you didn't. Oh, this place is even worse than the previous ones. It's practically falling apart. But at least we can take a peek through the walls, if you can call them walls. Oh, what's that? This is strange, once again. It looks like a memory of sorts. But what are those holes on the front of this drawer or door? Reminds me of the slots for the coins in the puzzle. Yeah, once again, the ground is similarly in terrible condition. I got a haircut yesterday. There were 2 dogs in the store. Scary indeed. Why do you bring dogs to a hair salon? I mean, yeah, if you have dogs then you can keep them anywhere or leave them anywhere. Makes sense, but still. I'll drink. Now, one thing that is kind of good for us is the fact that it will be really easy to notice any item that we can pick up here, because mostly everything is broken. They are the dogs from one of the hairstylists. You shouldn't bring your dogs to work. And they were not leashed. They barked at anyone going into the store. I feel like you might lose a few customers like that, but again, there are restaurants that are dog friendly or accepting people bringing their pets there, so I guess this is a hair salon like that. Alright, so this was 110, and this will be the corridor. Now, I don't think the game would do such, but I will try to look out for pits. Because honestly, everything here seems to be falling apart, including the ground. Is that a... Here, this looks like a stone piece. Here it looks like a rug. Why are the edges not straight? Like reality is falling apart. Okay. Some trash cans. And a dead end. I feel like that it would have ended very chaotic if someone else brought another dog there. Good point. Now there is an unmarked room to our left, I do believe, but there is no door. Here we have 109, where I think we will have to go later on. But first I want to explore the corridor. Yep. More of the same. The one thing that I wanted to mention, and I think this is a really good place to do it. And after that I got bubble tea with a friend and visited her cat. Oh, I hope the bubble tea was lovely. And I hope that the cat was also friendly to you. I do like cats. Even though they can be rather... what would be the right word? I don't really know how to say it, to be honest. But they are their own ruler in a way. They have their own standards. Yes, the cat sat on my lap. Oh, that's wonderful. But the cat has a cone. Oh, the poor cat is sick. It's an old lady cat. Most animals tend to become a bit less active and more peaceful as they age, but they also get a bit grumpy. She keeps scratching her head. She needs the cone to prevent that. Aw, the poor thing. I hope that whatever is causing her discomfort will be solved. So what I wanted to say is when I entered this apartment building, we went through a rather strange door. It had a little opening in a rectangle shape with a metal grate over it, and overall around that one door we could see the paint peeling off and the same kind of rust appearing, as if this decay was spreading from beyond that door into the real world, into the real Silent Hill. And when we stepped through, we could see that that room in particular was in a rather bad shape, and as we now explored 2 floors, we saw different types of decay, but it seems to me that as you go further down, things get worse. Or worse. And this is the worst so far, this being the first floor. And I don't necessarily know what this rusted disarray means. It almost appears like a sort of corruption here, and I'm really curious what we will find here, but I think it might be Pyramid Head himself, because as I said, this floor is the one that is the most affected by this decay. And about Pyramid Head, one thing that I wanted to say, most of the creatures I don't call by whatever their name is in this game, because I don't know their names. I didn't want to look up their names because I want to avoid spoilers, even though it's getting more and more difficult to talk about them, even though there are only 2 types so far, and the bugs. But with Pyramid Head, I heard his name many times. He is kind of a legendary horror creature in gaming and in cinema to a certain degree. But I have to admit, I'm not sure if Pyramid Head is the creature's official name. I heard it many times, yes, but I don't know if the fans call him that. And why I say that is because there are instances where the community names certain things in a franchise or whatever the fandom is built upon, and the original creator might not necessarily like that name. One example would be Pinhead. You might have heard of that character. Many, I guess, would know that creature from Dead by Daylight, or at least from the time when it was part of it before that DLC got removed, I do believe, because of licensing issues. But Pinhead is part of the Hellraiser series and franchise, and that entire franchise is based upon a book called The Hellbound Heart, and the movie, which was created based on that book, called Hellraiser. And the book's author, its writer, and also the same person who directed the first movie, Clive Barker, I heard that he dislikes the name Pinhead. I'm not sure of the origins of the name. I'm assuming fans just kind of started calling the character that because of the grid of decorative pins adorning his head. But as far as I know, in the original book and movie, even in the credits of the movie, that character is not called Pinhead. It just kind of became a name, and now people just associate it with that character. And so I'm not sure if Pyramid Head is the official name or not. I will learn perhaps from the game or its credits, or later on from the fandom sites. But that is why I make an exception with this one creature and call him by his name, or at least I hope it is his name. Now let's see. Where are we going here? I don't think the minute hand can work, but let's try it. No. So it seems that we don't have many options. One fewer options. We only have one apartment that we can check. And one really interesting part about this floor. First of all, you can see the transition between the corrupted area and the one that seems more normal and closer to the real world. This is maybe the only place where trash bags appear, which was all over the place in the other apartment. And also the graffitis showing that people were here, whereas with the other walls we first see the paint peeling off, and then even the wood or the drywall rusting away and revealing the metal structure behind. But the other thing is, we haven't seen or come across any creatures on this floor so far. Not even one. So they are either building the tension up to something, or this floor will be different. And maybe the lack of creatures is a sign of something. Oh, look at that, a little teddy bear. Isn't that lovely? Maybe the teddy bear is a bit bloodied, but nothing a good washing can't fix. I love empty drawers. Oh, and not empty cupboards. I love those as well. Are those stains or the pattern of whatever plate that is, I think? I think those are stains. Oh, your microwave is not plugged in. Of course it's not working. Well, it seems we once again have the same layout as before in one of the apartments, except this door is blocked. What did I do?
Oh, it's you.
Yeah. I'm James.
Angela.
Angela. Okay. Look, I'm not sure what you're planning, but There's always another way.
Really? What's the point? It's easier just to run. Maybe it's all we deserve.
We?
Me. You. We're all the same.
I'm not like you.
Are you afraid? Sorry.
It's okay. Did you find your mother?
No. Not yet.
Did she live here? In this building?
I don't know.
So all you know is that she lived in this town?
What did you say? How did you know that?
Well, I just figured because this is where you're looking for her. How else would I know?
Yeah. Sorry. Did you find the person that you were looking for?
Not yet. Her name's Mary. She's my wife.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
I don't know why I think she's here. She
died 3 years ago.
She's dead?
Oh, don't worry, I'm not crazy. At least I don't think so.
We have to find my mama.
Should I go with you? This town really is dangerous. Now I know what you meant back there in the cemetery.
No, it's okay. Besides, I'd just slow you down.
What about that?
Will you hold it for me?
Sure, no problem.
If I kept it, I'm not sure what I might do. No! I'm sorry! I've been bad! Please don't!
It's difficult to say anything about this scene, but wow, I am honestly amazed by the fact that the original developers were so brave to include something like this in a video game back in 2001, because they really broke any kind of limits that players or the industry or people overall thought video games had. They set out to create something more than a game. I'm not sure if that was intentional or it just happened. But they succeeded in so many ways. And as much as I always heard how this game, even within the series, is special, and I knew some of the characters and what themes, the game dealt with, it's different to see it. And yes, this is the remake and it's slightly different from the original, but this version that I've just witnessed is so depressing. And that was the goal. And there are so many things working at the same time. The background music is so hauntingly beautiful. The camera views and how everything is framed, it's so unique. It's so much closer to a movie, but not just any movie, but something really unique. It's not just a camera looking at a character. No, it's not just two characters standing and talking to each other. It's much more than that. And really just how it starts, that James walks in, and it's really interesting that, especially since we left the other apartment building, we haven't met anyone. And even the three characters we've met before in Silent Hill, we've only seen them once, and that's it. And as much as I do believe that they will return and will be crucial characters in the story of the game, so far we know really little of them. And here we meet someone for the second time, and already we can feel how complex this character is, because already in the graveyard I mentioned how I think that this girl, I don't even think we knew her name, was really anxious and not really social and having a lot of trouble just conversing with James, and she was kind of lost. But here we see much more. And really every single sentence, every move, every facial expression tells something, and I honestly couldn't even try to unpack everything because so much happens so quickly. In a way, cutscenes are not frequent in the game, but they carry so much meaning, because right away we see her, Angela, as we learn her name, laying on the floor in front of this huge mirror, which is a really interesting set piece, and she's looking at her reflection in the knife, and that is such a strong visual image. It is brilliant on so many levels, and the way she is slightly turning the blade, it's like a physical representation of how she's playing with the idea of suicide and ending it, and ending her life. And to show this in such a way, again, it's brave from the developers, but it's also really thought-provoking. And it's interesting how James realizes what is going on, and right away he's trying to be rational and trying to help and de-escalate the situation, whereas he might be to a certain degree having some demons, but we just don't know yet, even though he states that he's not crazy. But it's not necessarily about being crazy. It's about all the past traumas, and definitely James is carrying the burden of losing his wife Mary, and just all that pain that led to him losing her. But with Angela, she has such a troubled mind, and it's really difficult to understand how she goes from one emotional state to another, and just what she is talking about and what she is referencing when she talks. Because first, I think she's in this headspace of nihilism, and what's the point, and how it's easier to run, and everyone kind of deserves this, and then James asks back, because she words it as us, and James asks what you mean by us, and then she says me and you, and it pretty much sounded like she thinks of the two of them, at least, as pretty similar. And even though it's really interesting how James right away went on the defensive and saying like we are not alike, and he's not like that. And I feel like that highlights in a way how people and society overall looks at suicide and suicidal thoughts as a weakness, as the easy way out, as they say. And so James doesn't want to be labeled as such, which is again not the right way to look at such hardship. But I feel like James here represents what people usually think, and that is kind of shown when he enters and he starts saying the same repeated lines like everyone says, like it's not that bad, there's always a better way and all that, which is true. It's not the message that is wrong. It's the fact that those lines are so overused, and people who are struggling with depression and suicidal thoughts, they hear them so often that they become almost meaningless. It becomes like a chant of those people who don't understand. And in a way, James ran right into that mistake of starting it like that, and putting himself in a position, at least in Angela's perception, that he doesn't understand. And even the framing of the scene was really interesting, because Angela was lying on the ground, and I think James was either standing or kneeling in the background, and so he appeared as if he's above her, as if he is better than her, which he kind of said when he exclaimed that he's not like her. And then things change, because she stands up, and that's one of the twists when they start talking about why they are here. Because James asks if she found her mother, and again, a bit like me, he tries to use logic. He's trying to be helpful, even though he can't really be helpful here. Instead of trying to provide comfort, he tries to solve problems that are much bigger than he himself. And so he tries to use some logical deduction and say that, well, did your mother live here or something like that? And she says she doesn't know. And so again, James assumes that, all right, if she doesn't know, then her mother lived somewhere in Silent Hill. And interestingly, in that moment, that triggers something in her, and she becomes angry and questions James how he knows that. And again, he's logically explaining, well, you are here, you said you are looking for your mother, you are looking for your mother here, so there's a good chance that she was somewhere here. And then she goes back to a more calmer state, and she starts apologizing, which she does a lot, and that's no coincidence. That's the effects of trauma. But it's more than that. Even though the entire idea that she's looking for her mother is rather interesting, and there are two things that I thought about while I was watching that part. One, when James asks her about finding her mother, she said, "No, not yet." And she's still looking at the knife, which could mean, or be a subtle hint, and I wouldn't be surprised about this, that her mother is already dead. And she is possibly aware of that. And that's why she says no, she didn't find her mother, not yet. But she will. And the tool to do so is in her hand. That's the knife. So that's one of the possibilities here. The other thing is how James finds that they are not alike. He actually responds with the same words. When Angela asks him about finding whomever he's looking for, because I don't think James actually told her in the graveyard why he is there, he says, "No, not yet." Pretty much mirroring the exact answer that he received. And then it almost felt like a kind of trauma bonding, how he shows her the photo and tries to talk about how he's looking for his wife, and her name is Mary, and then Angela just apologizes, says sorry, and kind of turns away, which is interesting because it could appear as being rude, but with her kind of body movement, it felt more like that he's I'm not sure, honestly, because the way James and Angela kind of moved in that scene, she seemed like she either rejects the entire idea of talking about Mary, because she feels like she would be unable to help James find her, or because she's kind of trying to shield herself from the pain of others. I'm not sure. But then James mentions that, well, his wife is dead, has been for 3 years, and then there is this rather interesting dynamic for a moment where once again James starts defending himself that he's not crazy. I mean, just look around. He's absolutely not crazy. But at the same time, he kind of admits that he's not sure anymore. I think he says something like, least I don't feel like, or something like that. I'm not necessarily sure about the wording. But that kind of introduces the idea that even he's not sure that all of the things that are happening here are real. And Angela kind of looks at him like he's insane, which is interesting because she might be depressed and suicidal. That doesn't mean that she's mad. Whereas James saying that he came here to find his dead wife, who he knows has been dead for 3 years, is pretty concerning in itself. And then comes the kind of last part of the scene where things get more heated, where James kind of invites Angela to join him, so they go together because things are dangerous. And he actually admits that she was right in the graveyard, that something is indeed off. But she right away rejects that offer, saying that she would just slow him down. Again, she went through some kind of an abuse that made her believe that she has little or no worth, even self-worth in her own eyes. And then James, trying to once again make sure that she doesn't do something stupid, as they would say, he asks about the knife, and that's rather strange because Angela kind of goes into this fight or flight response-driven stance, as if James was threatening her, which, to me at least, he didn't seem to do, but he might have unknowingly said something in a certain way or did something in a certain way that triggered that response. But again, things kind of de-escalate really quickly because she goes crashing down to a more calmer state, and once again apologizes, but more of her past bubbles up, saying that she was bad and that she's sorry, and that shows that she went through some kind of trauma during her childhood. Now the question is, at the hands of who? She exclaims at one point that she has to find her mama in a kind of panicked way. So I would say that her mother might have been the one person in her life who provided some safety to her or protected her. I'm not sure. So I would say it was someone else who treated her so badly. And what is really interesting, but I can't put my finger on it. I don't know what it means, but it stood out to me is when James asks her about the knife, she says, "Would you hold it for me?" Which is a really interesting way of wording it, but also shows a tremendous amount of trust, which is surprising. I would want to say that it means that she doesn't necessarily perceive James as someone bad, though at the end she does not give him the knife. I feel like she's afraid of giving her only means of defense, which she was holding the knife, pointing it towards James, and also holding it with both hands in a rather frightened way. She couldn't bring herself to give this form of protection to James, which not only would place her trust in him in the way that he will protect her, but also there's the chance that he would turn against her, and that form of protection would turn into a weapon against herself. And so at the end, she in a bit of confusion, it felt like, she set the knife down and just kind of ran away. And again, it's so complex, everything that happens here. But there's a bit of social commentary there, I feel like, because James in many ways acts like most people. He says that he is not like that, he's better than that. He kind of, in a way, looks down upon Angela and those people who might be struggling with depression. He says the same kind of positive lines, and he looks at her a bit weirdly, like she is strange, which is kind of almost funny in this case when we know that James is possibly much more messed up than anyone in the game, in a certain way. Just the fact that, as I mentioned, he is here to find someone who died, and he openly admits that. So it's not like a delusion that he believes his wife is still alive. No, he has two clashing statements, and that's what drives a sort of conflict in throughout the entire story. But at the same time, I am just amazed at this cutscene, and I do believe that on the original cover of Silent Hill 2, this scene is depicted, Angela with the knife. I'm not sure if it's in a mirror or not, and it's washed over with this strange green hue. And one thing that I have to say, and I saw some people mention this in their reviews about the remake. One thing that was 100% better in the original was the cover art. The new cover art is generic. It's way too generic for a game like this. If you look at the original cover art of Silent Hill 2, it's unexplainable in a way. You look at it and you're confused about what you're looking at, but you see that it's like no other cover. And then you play the game and you realize what you were looking at. With the new one, it's not at all comparable. But as much as I try not to ramble too much about things, and I still know I do, the fact that I watch a 5-minute cutscene, maybe it was shorter, and I can easily talk about it for half an hour, and I still know there are so many details that I either missed or I forgot, is a testament to just how brilliantly intertwined this game is. It's unbelievable to me. And I'm so happy that I get to play it. And now we have Angela's knife. And that, even this one item, is so interesting because there's blood on it. Why? Whose blood is that? Because I didn't see any blood on Angela. But that doesn't mean that it is not hers. And I'm really curious, if I rotate it, will I get to see James's face reflect in it? No, we didn't get that. Could have been a nice little hidden detail. But wow, I'm so blown away. It's really a game like unlike most. And it's honestly difficult to to continue up to this point. And here is the mirror. And even the shot from the top, it was such a beautiful shot in a way, how we see the reflection, the real world, Angela in front of the mirror with the knife. It was such a unique image. Oh, is that a map of the United States? And one really interesting thing that is kind of back to the gameplay part of the game from the backstory, and that I kind of missed and brushed over because of the scene, is why was she here? How did she get here? So are we back in the real world? Or we never left it? Or Angela somehow got here too? Key of Resilience. That's an interesting name for a key, but a fitting one for this room. I wonder if there's any hint here. Is that a person? Based on the outfit, I would guess that's a girl. We don't know anything about this apartment. We don't know who it belonged to. Much like we don't know anything about this entire apartment building. And once again, the world around us shifts. The question is, what changed? So I guess we can open this now. S as in Scott. James? Get the map. It's time to mark it. More bullets. And this is what I meant by this game being a psychological horror game, but also having a gameplay akin to survival horror. Because for the first 2 hours of the stream or so, I was most focused and concerned about just surviving and fighting the enemies. And then the story picks up a bit, and we get a cutscene like this, and you kind of forget about all the gameplay aspects and the silly things like shooting at creatures, and you are reminded about much darker topics that are not fiction, but real life things that people experience. Okay, so in theory, we have 2 little staircases here, even though I thought those would lead up to the second floor, and we have this, whatever this is. Is this a wall? But it looks like cloth. But based on the map, there's a wall behind it. Or at least it is blocked, whatever it is. I guess it is the entrance to the whole building. And then we have S on the door. That will lead us out to the courtyard where we saw the cages. So you... Okay, let's see, I won't get out of here without a fight. All those rusted wires, like a spider web. It seems I have to go to 101, and the staircase should be behind that door, which I guess we won't be able to open because that would just be too easy. And nothing is easy in this town. Is that another piece of sheet music? Verse La Flamme, Alexander Scriabin. This is the second piece of sheet music we find. And once again, I can't interact with the pianos, I can't play it. I wonder what they are for, or if they will be important. Oh goodness, we got a syringe. You know what that means. Things are about to get dangerous. More dangerous than they already were. Okay, what is supposed to be on the other side of this? Because I can't see a thing. That is in theory the corridor to the rest of the rooms and apartments. Okay, I know there is a creature hiding here somewhere. And I also know that they not only hide behind or next to walls, but behind furniture. Did they really go through that door? Apparently yes. But this is again something that would be really interesting to look at a bit more closely in a second playthrough, and watch the creature walk around to see where they went, if they really go through the door and hide somewhere. But I do believe they actually take the route to wherever they end up being. It's not like they just teleport around, which is really nice. Okay, I don't think they are there. I also don't know where they are. Oh, stairs. So as I said, in a first playthrough, I'm more concerned about not dying, and there's so much to pay attention to. It's easy to miss something. Wow. But that's only reason to replay the game. Also, this high pitch squeak that they made before dying. Oh, now, again, really clever. The developers are so good at playing with expectations, because you go around and you're kind of accustomed to these creatures hiding behind the corner and next to walls, and so you look around, there's nothing in the other room, you come in here, you look around, there's nothing. Where did they go? Maybe they went up. And so you go around here and it appears from behind the one barrel, the only item in this entire room. And we found a photo. It's been a long time. Forever Together 208, I think it says on the sign. Now, what is the number of this photo? We found 1, 4, and 7, I do believe. And this is 16. I'm starting to think that these are not collectibles. Because there's no way I missed this many photos. I feel like those numbers will be important. I'm not sure in what way. Maybe as part of the story? I don't think a puzzle because they are easily missable. So perhaps a secret, but that is probably just me once again hoping to find something hidden. Oh, this was just a simple lock. And we are back here. Now here's my question. How do you normally get up to floor 3? Well, there is actually the same staircase there. You can even see the stairs. Just faintly, so that should be above us, but there is no staircase there, so maybe that would lead to an even higher floor. So there are two separate staircases just above each other, because in 312 in the middle here, or 311 in the corner, or 310, 309 and 308, I think that's 308, there are no staircases, those are apartments, just like 301 here, I think. Yes, that must be 308 because this is 303. That's strange. Of course we went around with the fire escape, but that's a different thing. Now I have to get back to my clock, which is the other way around. I will get hit in the face so hard. These mannequins are so creepy and I love it. Okay, I will save even though I'm close to the end of the stream, but I survived this much. It's time to save. I mean, half of an hour of it was just me talking, but you never know what happens. Okay, so I was right about there being two hands, an hour and a minute hand, except I thought you need both of them at the same time for Scott, and then you can go there and maybe find another combination. But it seems no. You open one door, the one with H, which is, I do believe, Henry, with the hour hand pointing at 9. With the minute hand, I can just place it there. I need to put that and turn it to 2 or 10 minutes. And that, I do believe, opened the door with the M. Which... I do believe it was Mildred? Yes, Mildred. I still don't fully understand this story here. No, Henry... We did go to Henry's apartment, or the door with the H on it. Henry fears Scott. He'll run from him and hide. He's fled to the west, to the other side. Okay, now here's the thing. To the west, we have the bottom of the map, I think. And we are actually to the west of the building. But what also is to the west is the blocked entryway to the actual building, or what I think is the building. So Henry fled to the west, perhaps out of this building, to the other side, out of this... whatever this world is, from Scott. And Scott is beyond the door with the S on it, which leads to the cages, and I do have a feeling there we will find Pyramid Head. Now, does Scott refer to him? I don't think so, but it kind of seems like that, so who knows. But here comes Mildred, who is behind the door with the M, with unknown intent. Scott lies face down, blind to her descent, because Scott is on the first floor. However, Henry and, more importantly in this case, Mildred is on the second. So she will descend, and she will be an adversary to whatever is in the courtyard? Well, we don't really know. It says unknown intent, so who knows? The wording does make it sound like she would do something against Scott, because it says that Scott is unaware of her descent. But I think this will be open now, and indeed it is. And oh my goodness, there is a moth infestation in there. Well, James, I hope that your M65 jacket is made of some good quality material, because you might leave this room without it. Oh goodness. Oh no, not another hole. At least it's not in a bathroom. Oh, that's a cage with these moths, so maybe they got out. Well, that kind of explains what is happening here. Oh, more cages. And a door which we will not use. That is a ginormous moth. Oh, and another one. And another one. But why are those important? More cages. I have to say, this is rather beautiful. Just looking at the moths fly around here. Okay, what is this? So we have a number lock here. Okay, 1 to 9, and we have some simple equations. Alright, well, first of all, here's my question. We couldn't go to 201, but now I can take a peek in there. Or reach in there. What am I looking at? So that's the... That's the room over, and apparently the mods got there as well. And there is a mod there with a skull on its back, which is a real species of moth. They are rather beautiful. I'm not sure if they are this big, but they do have a shape that looks a lot like a skull on their backs. Oh, I can break through here. I see. Oh, wrong button, my bad. Okay, so here we have three mods. I think the number of mods will be important. At first I thought it will be the number of dots on their backs perhaps, or their wings, but I think no. But first we have to figure out the number of all the mods, which means... Careful, my winged friends. Coming through! I can only hope that the ginormous moth monster will not attack me. Goodness. Oh, this looks like... mud? That they built on the walls? I do not like the fact that I can jump over here, not at all. So there's nothing here, there's a door here, but it is in terrible condition, and apparently it's stuck. Okay, so this is 201, let's go and let's see. So, I wanted to say so many dead mods, but I'm not sure if these are actually dead. But I just jumped over them, so they're either dead or really calm. So there's a door here, halfway covered by this piece of cloth. Where's that mod that I saw? Oh. Well, that's a wall with a few too many holes. Wait a moment, where did I look through? I saw this, and I saw the wardrobe. Oh, here it is. Can I take a look from this side? No. Oh, there's an in-between room. Seems like it, but first... James, get down. James! Thank you. Let's look at our mod friends here. Indeed, so it's not just one, because, again, a bit of gamer logic. I thought, wait a moment. If we can just see that there's one mod there, why would I need to go there? Because one is obstructed. And so we have two mods here, but I think as more there's more to this. Okay, so I just got back here. Oh, I see. So this is just a shortcut. Interesting that they included that. I thought there's an in-between. room, since the map doesn't really show us the layout in 201. Well, let's see the combination lock. So we need the number of mods. So here we have 1 skull and 2 simple. I call them simple because I don't know their names, my apologies. That's 3 simple and 4 simple. And here we have 1 skull and 1 simple. So in theory we have 5 simple, 1 in the other room, and then 1, 2, 1 and 1. So that's 5, and 2 skull ones, 1 being this and 1 in the other room. If I didn't miss one. That is, oh wait, there's one here as well. Okay, that's 6 and 2 so far. And here we have to take... Wait, there are 3 symbols. We have the skulls, we have the little eye, the dots, and then we have a moon shape? Okay, let's look at these simple ones a bit closely. Oh, this one is with a moon. A crescent moon. Okay, we have to take a closer look. Okay, that's a moon, that's a dot. At first I thought there are only 2 versions. There are 3. Okay, so there's 1 dot here, 1 dot here, 1 dot here, and we have to check the one in the other room. Is that a dot or a moon? I think that's a moon. So we have 3 dots. We have 1 moon here, 1 moon here, and 1 in the other room, and there are 2 skull ones. 1 here and 1 in the other room. Okay, so the moon minus the dot is 0. There is no 0 on these. Okay. I might have made a tiny miscalculation. It's either that or things are slightly more complicated than I thought. Both are possible. So let's take a look around again. Maybe we missed a friendly mod somewhere. That's not mod, that's blood. Or rust. It's one or the other. There is no display case or frame here. So the developers made the puzzle in a way that you can count all of the mods from the room in which the lock is. And indeed, that's one with the crescent moon. So what am I missing? There's a dot here. There's a crescent moon here. So those equal each other. There's a dot and a crescent moon here. Those equal. There's a dot and there's a crescent moon in the other room. Those equal. So if you subtract one from the other, you will get nothing, which is most of the time equals to 0. Problem: there is no 0 here. So I'm either missing a mod somewhere, or it's not the number of mods that matters. It's the dots and moons, the actual symbols, which is a bit more complicated. So here we have 2 dots. Here we have 2 dots. It actually helps that I know how many of one type is. And there's, let's say, 1 dot here. So that's 5 dots. Okay. With the moons, there will be probably more. We have 4 here. There are 2 here, so that's 6 already. And in the other room, I will say there are 2. Again, it's nice that it's bright so you can see it rather clearly. So that is 6 plus 2 is 8. And with the skulls, there's only 1 on each of the mods, so that's 2. So we have 8 moons, 5 dots, and 2 skulls. And why this is really clever is because I wouldn't be surprised if the developers thought of my interpretation, and so they included the same number of mods with the dots and the moons, so you realize, well, they both appear 3 times. 3 minus 3 is 0, something is wrong, so you start looking at something else. And what happens here is you start counting the symbols, and obviously there is a difference there, because with the moon there's 1 moon on each wing, so 4 in total, whereas with the dots they only appear on the upper wings, so 2 in total, and with the skull that's on the back of the mod, the thorax, I do believe, and thus there's only 1. So that is pretty clever. So let's try to count this. Moon we have 8, dots we have 5. 8 minus 5 is 3. Other way around. Skulls plus dots is 2 plus 5, that's 7. Dots minus skulls, that is 5 minus 2, that's 3. I honestly adore the puzzles in this game. You know, it's really dark in here. This reddish tint almost makes it look like a photography lab, but I feel like this was more of a study and bedroom of someone researching or maybe collecting specimens of moths. Again, we have cages of all sorts and sizes, locked door, closed wardrobe, framed moths, an old microscope. I'm not sure what that says, but I can't get any closer because of the chair and this metal piece. And here we have all the moths nicely arranged and pinned to a board here. Well, once again we have a hole with something green. flowing out of it and some reassuring sounds. So let's stick our hand in it. I don't want to. And I'm not alone. Look at poor James's face. Now I'm curious if that green liquid is actually green or the light above us is some kind of special light that makes things fluorescent or something like that. Don't bite me. I'm pretty sure we will get bit one of these times. Okay, we got a what? The second hand. Oh, I have to admit, I kind of forgot about there being a second hand on clocks, because most games simplify them and they only include the hour and the minute hand. But you can actually see that circular piece where James is holding it. That is where you attach it to the middle. What was that beating sound? The world is shifting around us. And we are unaware of it. Okay, should take a wait a moment. What is that? Looks like something was dragged along here. Now I might have missed this detail, but at the same time I'm not sure. Maybe it's new. Who knows? Hopefully my save room is still safe. I definitely did not miss this one. So this is leading that way. This was open. And actually I did want to check it. I wanted to go out and see if anything changed. Apparently I will not do that. But this seems to be going that way. Whereas this one seems to be going that way. Well, based on the lines, that is. As if someone drags something along here. Outside. I will not get a peek here. I think it's boarded up. However, I have no idea where I should put the minute hand. Or the second hand, actually. This was a much better What happened around here? I think this was closed. How the time flies. That is a TV with something on it, but I'm not sure what. Also, thank you for the hydrate. And welcome in, Mind Slug. I hope today is treating you well. 11. interesting. This is not in the right sequence. Well, at least based on the photos we have found so far. We are finding new items here. That is rather strange. But I have a feeling we might be able to find where we should put the last hand somewhere as well. However, I do have one thing that I want to check. Where is 208? 208 is locked from every side, which is interesting because even parts that we never could have checked seem to be marked with the block symbol. Now why 208 is important is the photo. .208 was the one that said forever together. So I would need to go all the way around to check that. So let's try to do that before we end stream for today. I don't want to forget about it, even though we might be. Yeah, I don't think that was there. I don't want to forget about this photo until I return to this game, even though we indeed might be too late to check this since things apparently changed around here. It's been a while since I've been here. Is this where we entered? I think this is where we entered. Yeah, it is closed. But that is why it is marked as blocked. Even, I do believe, a window or a door on the other side of the apartment 208. That is because we were there before, but it got locked later on. Also, what was that? Oh, that's just the flashlight reflecting off. Even like this, that I know that I'm in somewhat of a safe place, this world is rather unnerving. I mean, look at it. Alright. Also, the paintings, you might have noticed that most of the paintings are ripped. Only a few are left intact like this one. And what it depicts, well, your guess is as good as mine. Now here's the moth room. So maybe those 3 sounds we heard, those banging sounds, were whatever created these lines. But to figure out what exactly left those marks, we will have to return to this game next week and hopefully figure out what the number of Scott is. Maybe we will have to go and check that door, or maybe it has to do with the photos, since this one says how time flies and it does have a number on it, 11. So maybe this is what we need. But for now, this has been our weekly stroll in the lovely town of Silent Hill. And even though I haven't even earned 1 trophy, I thoroughly enjoyed it, and as much as I am aware that my little analyzing of the scenes and whatever is happening, and my theories as I play through the game are not as well gathered, let's say, as a long format YouTube video of the same topics, but I do hope that you enjoy my ramblings a bit. And to be honest, I oddly enough don't feel bad about talking and theorizing about these things, because this game just feels unique and deserving of that kind of attention and time from the player. And why I try to stop and say what I'm thinking is because, again, this is my first time playing, and I'm curious how much the game can mislead me, and when it surprises me, when can I maybe figure out what it's trying to hint at, and I either say it now or at the moment is kind of past, and that I don't want. I want to make my reaction as genuine as possible, and I hope that is interesting to my viewers, both those who might not know anything about this game. Maybe this is also their introduction to the entire series and this remake, and even those who know everything about this game and the franchise, and they are entertained by how wrong I am sometimes, and maybe surprised by me getting something right once in a while. But I certainly have to say that I find the puzzles really, really nice, and I'm looking forward to what other puzzles we will find along the way. I'm pretty sure we are mostly done in this area, in the Blue Creek apartments. It says 58%, but it was 15. Originally it was actually 2. But let's see if it updates. Will it say 58? So maybe there's more left of this place than I imagined, which is interesting because it looked like a smaller area than the other apartment building. So perhaps it was the more difficult enemies and me being a bit more careful that slowed my progress, or that there were more apartments that I could actually explore. I'm not sure, but I greatly enjoyed every moment of it. I know everything. Well, thank you for not spoiling it then. And I hope that my first steps in this franchise are interesting to you. Maybe as interesting as they are for me. But it says 25% overall, so we are 1/4 of the way there. With some 16 hours in the game. Don't ask me why it says 12. It's kind of forgetting about one entire stream. I don't know why. But then again, the playtime counter on the PlayStation 5, as much as it is a new feature of the new generation when it comes to PlayStation, it is known for being a bit unreliable. Never played the game. Well, I guess you watched videos about it then, and that's why you are so knowledgeable about this title. But let me look for someone to raid now, because we always need someone to raid. That's strange. What is up with my nose? Maybe it's all the sweat rolling off of it. All the stress is tickling my nose. Okay, what the heck is going... Ow! That's a boop! Oh, that was sneaky. That was a delayed boop. Oh, I see the reds didn't want to trigger the booping during my more serious moments of the stream, and they let Zeph surprise me with a delayed boop. As anyone who plays Soulsborne games will know, a delayed attack is extremely difficult and also quite cruel. There's no difference when it comes to booping. Now stop it! Ow. It always gets my nose all itchy. But with that said, we are going to be raiding Elior Tempest today. he is playing Remnant from the Ashes with two of his friends, and even though I know pretty much nothing about this game, I faintly remember that it has to do with horror. I think. I'm really not sure. But please say hello to Elior, and thank you for joining me today for this stream of Silent Hill 2 Remake. It might have been a bit slower, but sometimes I feel like the story to flow, things have to slow down. Slower is not always worse, as much as everything today is so fast. So thank you, Schmoozer, Zaf, and all the other wonderful people joining me today. Have a wonderful weekend, and as always,